And it looks like we are live.
Yes,
Yay!
we are.
Sunday evening reading time, or Sunday afternoon if you're in the US, or Monday really early morning if you're in Australia. We sometimes have some people getting up real early and joining, but yeah, that is usually just a rare case. So, to give some people time to come in, I know that the notifications sometimes are a little bit delayed. So, it usually a few minutes for people to come in. I'm just briefly reminding people who are new or who might be watching this in a playback um, about how this works. We are pretty much going to be putting a timer on the screen, and everyone's reading their own book while the timer is on. And after the timer's up, we will be chatting a little bit about books, about life, about whatever.
Mhm.
So, do you just want to introduce yourself, Louise?
Yes, of course. Hi, everyone. I'm Lois. My channel name is Lochan Rees. So I predominantly do book reviews, but I also review Black, Asian, and minority ethnic books. So it's a series that I'm trying to start. So far, there's only 2 episodes, but it's something that I'm trying to establish on my channel where I recommend diverse reading. But yes, my channel is just, a typical channel. I do the occasional wrap up, the occasional TBR video, although I don't really like doing TBR videos much. But yeah, just the normal stuff and the occasional book tag video as well.
I love that. So, what genres do you like to read mostly?
Honestly, I love all genres, but my favorite genres at the moment has to be contemporary. I like contemporary fiction, like very realist fiction. But at the same time, I also really like fantasy.
Mhm.
Um, so it's either or, it's both sides of the spectrum.
I love that. And you said there's 2 episodes out for your series that you're trying to come up with. What's your
Yeah.
favorite book that you recommended in that series? So maybe that's somebody who is watching, like, oh, I want to know more about that book, and heads on over to your channel, which, by the way, is linked in the description box. And can
Thank
check that
you.
out.
Actually, it's a good question, by the way. My favorite at the moment is a book called Mr. Loverman by Bernardine Evaristo. That's the third Evaristo book that I've read, and I love every one of her books, but I particularly love Mr. Loverman, and it could be because that's the book that I've read the most recently, but also it's because of the fact that I love it so much. I'm going to try and condense this down for you so I'm not talking and talking, but it's essentially about a 74-year-old Antiguan man. So he's from the Caribbean, so he's repping it for us. Um, and he is a closet homosexual because he comes from the Caribbean, and in the Caribbean, it's very homophobic over there. People are predominantly Christian, so that sort of sexual orientation is frowned upon. But the main character, he is gay, and he's had to live in secrecy his whole life. And now at 74 years old, he is finally ready to pursue a romance with the true love of his life, which is his best friend whom he grew up with in Antigua. So yeah, it's really sweet. It's so fun how all those romantic tropes that you would normally attribute with young couples is being applied in that setting with two older men. So yeah, that was really nice, and it was really funny as well. There's so much humor. So
That's
yeah,
good.
it's not just there's some serious moments, but there's also a lot of humor in there as well.
That sounds really good. So definitely have to check out your channel for more on that type of. And that goes as like your favorite book of all time as well right now, or do you have another book that you could talk?
No, my favorite book so far, because I'm actually not as well read as I would have hoped I am. Hi.
Hi. My laptop is being horrible.
Don't worry, take your time.
I'm just
'Cause
Okay.
talking about your favorite book for now, Lois. And let's
Yeah. So at the moment, it's a book called The God of Small Things by Arundhati Roy. That's a debut novel, and she didn't write anything else for 20 years. That was the only book that she wrote. And I think now she's in her 50s, and she's just released another book, which I have, but I haven't read it yet. But yeah, The God of Small Things is an amazing book. It's set in India, and it's a really tragic story. But yeah, it's one of those books that you just think about for a long time.
Well, she thought about it for 20 years, it seems.
She did. Well, she's very involved in like political activist work.
Mhm.
So she gets involved in all of that stuff. I don't follow her as closely as I should, and I want to because I know that she's written some political essays and things like that. So I do want to read some of her other non-fiction stuff. But yeah, she's been getting involved in lots of different things.
Awesome. Well, I do need to check out more of your videos because all of your recommendations so far sound super interesting. Hi, Connor. Glad that you're here. Haven't seen you in a bit. What's your favorite book of all time?
I've always been torn between a few, but I think I've just kind of settled on mine being Flowers in the Attic by Virginia Andrews. And to be honest, I don't know why, because it's not a typical kind of book I would like. Because it's probably like a literary fiction type book, and I don't really like those type of books. But I read it when I was really young, and then it's just been one of those books that I've read about 9 or 10 times now since then. And I only started reading when I was like 13. So in the last 12 years, I've read it like 9 or 10 times. So probably that one. And I can't put my finger as to why. It's just, it was just one of them that it hit me when I read it. And I'm like, okay, I'll enjoy this one.
I love that though. I love that. Hi, Najat. Anna's here as well. I can't wait to read with you. It's been a bad week for me, and I've been looking forward to the Sunday reading stream. I hope we're going to make your week a little bit better, Anna. So, what is everybody reading today? Lois, do you want to share what you're reading today?
Yeah, sure. I've got it right here. I'm reading All Boys Aren't Blue by George M. Johnson. I've been wanting to get to this book for ages. I think I've only read like the first 5 pages. So
Okay.
I'm going to try and read a big portion of it today.
Yes, looking forward to hearing your thoughts on that. I need to get to that one too. What about you, Connor? What are you reading?
I'm going to be finishing off book 3 of the Maze Runner series because I've never read Maze Runner before and I've never seen the movies. So me and my friend are binging the whole 5-book series, one after the other. So I'm going to try and finish this off today so I can start book 4 tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah, the Maze Runner is one of those really popular series that I feel like everyone's read and I haven't. It's a bit like Percy Jackson and The Hunger Games, all really popular series that I've never read, and I feel like people are going to be like, what is wrong with you?
Well, I was like that because I've never seen the Maze Runner movies. I've never read the books, and it's one of them that everyone seems to have read. And then I felt the same with Divergent because I've never watched them movies and I've never read the books and I don't know any of the plot. I've no idea what they're about.
I've heard it's really good though.
My friends actually just bought me the Divergent box set so I can read them all and then watch them. Because I've never, like all of these popular YA books from when I was probably at the right age to be reading them, I just never bothered. So I'm just catching up on them all now.
Same.
If you're in the mood for it, go for it. And if you weren't in the mood for it when you probably were the target audience age-wise, that's fine too. I mean, whatever works at that time, right? Rudy's here. Hi, Rudy. And he corrected it to 11 times now exactly. But 11 times what? I'm not sure what you're trying to say to us. Kay is reading A Map for Record Girls by Jessica Taylor. Let us know how you're enjoying it. Hi, is that Aishwarya? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I'm trying. Please correct me if I butchered that. I'm reading Girls of Paper and Fire. I started it months ago, but had to put it aside after about 40 pages. Ooh. Picked it up again today after finishing Ruin and Rising yesterday. First of all, I'm glad that you finished Ruin and Rising. I know that you've been working on that series for a bit. Girls of Paper and Fire, I loved that, and I hope you enjoy that too. Did you read Girls of Paper and Fire, Louisa Connor?
I've not. I haven't read it.
I haven't heard of it.
Ooh, I think
Should I be embarrassed by admitting that?
No. I mean, honestly, there's so many books out there. You don't have to have heard of everything, especially depending on the genres that you are usually interested in and the type of booktubers that you might watch, depending on the genres that you're interested in. Girls of Paper and Fire is pretty much YA. It is fantasy, a little bit romancy, which is usually not my thing, but I still enjoyed it. It's has some good LGBTQ representation, and it has I believe that the main characters have like an Asian ethnicity, but it's not very clearly stated. I don't remember 100%. Anna, please keep me honest here. Maybe you can share what the background, the ethnicity is when you get back into it.
Oh, I have heard of Ruin and Rising though. That I have heard of.
Yeah, that's the third in the Grisha verse.
Of course.
And Purple Reinhardt is reading The Prison Healer by Lynette Noni. I know, Connor, you're about to read that too, hopefully.
Yeah, that's on my TBR for next month.
I have it here as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to. It sounds like I could either love it or be totally annoyed because the story has been told 100 times.
Mm-hmm. I don't even know what it's about. I've no idea. I just got it in the box and I was like, oh, pretty. So I just put it on my shelf, and then
it's pretty.
I realized I never read any of the books from these book boxes. So me and my friend was just like, right, we're just going to do a month and we're just going to read them all because we never read them. So I've actually no idea what the plot is, but I've heard a lot of people read it and it's supposed to be really good.
That's fair. See. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, I'm only 68 pages in, so I'm not too sure. It has a slow start, but I'm hoping it picks up more as I go. I'm hoping that for you too. I'm reading Horrid High by, is that Payal Kapadia? Payal? I'm quite serious. Correct me on my pronouncing. I want to improve my pronunciation of like different types of ethnicity names of different areas of the world, and I'm just not very good at it yet, but I can only get better by being corrected. So I honestly do want to be corrected if I'm butchering names, so please. I love that at work we have this little tool where we can record the way our name is pronounced, and then you can tie that to the it's kind of tied to like a directory that you can look up people in. So since we're global, and when I look somebody up in a country with a heritage that I'm completely unfamiliar with, I can just press the button and hear how their name is pronounced, and that is so helpful.
That's so handy. I feel like everyone who works in customer service needs that.
Yeah, I love that.
I like that.
So, I haven't shared what I'm reading yet. Haha. Let's talk about finishing Liathon. I still have 2 books that I want to finish for Liathon that I both haven't started yet. So that's not going to happen. But I'm probably going to start with Habibi. That's like a graphic novel, so I could potentially still finish that. But I also am super hyped for getting into Internment. I so want to read that. There's so many people tell me that they loved it, and so I really need to get to this one. I'm so hyped for it. All right. Oops. I'm about 70 pages into the book. So far, it's good. Yes, I love that. The author, biography for Natasha Nyan, says she grew up in Malaysia, where the Chinese part of her family is from. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely influences in the Girls of Paper and Fire, but I don't know what like the Asian influences are that go into that book. It is a made up world, so I don't know. Shall we get into a first reading sprint?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
30 minutes good for you?
Perfect.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. On the screen. So get started. Happy reading. See you in 30.
Bye.
See you soon.
And we're back. How did you do?
Hey.
I think I got about 40 pages read.
Good.
Nice.
Wow.
I did less than that, but I read less pages, but I just got to quite a difficult moment.
Oh no! And then
pour myself some more wine.
yes, that's a good plan, I guess. I read 78 pages, keeping in mind that it's a graphic novel. These illustrations are honestly stunning. I don't know if you can see it, but they're really
Wow.
Oh wow!
a lot of really powerful images. And yeah, a lot of stuff that I didn't know, a lot of learning about like some religious history. Let's see if I find that. There's, for example, this one bit of Abraham on the mountain, and there's references to the Quran and the Bible, and where the whole religion lives. So I love that detail.
Is it by Craig Thompson?
Yeah.
Okay, I am adding it to Goodreads.
Yeah. I think that some of the beginning was a little bit confusing to me, which might be because I am not very firm in either religion, and I wanted this to be a little bit informative about. But it's not quite right. How did everybody else do? Let's see, where were we? Reading so that's like the translation for Murder Boy's Diary. Which is awesome. I think Murder Boy Diaries are amazing.
Interesting. Sounds like a sci-fi.
Yes, Murderbot is a sci-fi. Murderbot is an AI, and in that world, you have different like levels of robotic sentient beings, and they're pretty much programmed for different types of work. And you can have, for example, some that are just for securing areas and pretty much delivering security to human beings, to protect human beings. And well, Murderbot has a malfunction and becomes a little bit more sentient than he should be, and it's just hilarious. They pretty much a village, but that is under like the laws of robotics, and is trying to find himself and develop what soap operas and that kind of stuff. It's hilarious written, very smart, amazing dialogues, inner dialogues. And just absolutely recommend. They're also quite short books. I think you can read like the first book in like 8 hours. So Purple Reinhardt, 25 there. So you have to tell us how you're liking Professor, so that Connor can get excited for it soon. 300, that's awesome. Oh. So how are you liking to read?
Do you want to go first, Connor?
What? Sorry?
Do you want to go first?
What was the question?
How do you like to read? How you like the book?
Yeah, it's I'm enjoying it. Like this one is it's the third one. I enjoyed the first one. The second one was okay, and this one's really good. So I'm enjoying where I'm getting to. But I've got 100 pages left, so I'm getting to like the big points now, and I'm like, oh, okay.
What's the overall premise? Because I might be interested in reading it potentially.
Basically, the first book starts with a guy that wakes up in just this weird open field surrounded by a group of boys that have been there for ages. His memory's been wiped and he's got no idea about anything. He doesn't remember anything at all. And he's in this area that's just called the Glade. And they've all been put there for a reason. That much they know, but they don't know why. And then on the outside of the surrounding wall is a maze. And there's people that are known as the runners of the maze that try and find a way out of the maze so they can all escape. And it's about the mystery of
really
why they were put in there, what's happened to have their memories wiped and things like that. And then the first ever female gets put in with a note saying she's the last person that's ever going to be entered into this area. And then things just suddenly start changing now that this guy and the girl's gone in.
That sounds like it would make a good anime.
Oh, yeah.
It actually kind of reminds me of an anime. Has anyone or anyone in the comments heard of Sword Art Online? Or am I the only weird person here?
I don't think it makes you weird that you are watching anime. I'm just not a big anime. I'm just not a big into animated movies. So that includes cartoons, anime, animated Disney movies. I like to see real people when I watch movies and series, so I'm not big into that. So I have not heard of it. Connor, have you heard of it?
No, I've never heard of it. I mean, I don't really watch a lot of animated things. The only animated things I do watch is Disney, and I watch that religiously. But other than that, I don't really watch animated movies. I should, but I don't really watch movies, to be fair. I'm never the one that picks, because I'm one of those people. If people ask me, my brain just short circuits, and I'm like, I have to wait for someone else to pick for me.
That's fair. No, I'm just saying that because the premise is, well, the way it starts is similar. They're kind of trapped inside a game, and they have to. It was a bunch of beta testers who were selected to trial this game, and then they woke up in the game, and now they have to try and escape. So it just kind of reminded me of that.
Good.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for sci-fi recommendations because I don't read a lot of sci-fi, like at all, and I want to get into that genre. So anyone who has any recommendations for like sci-fi for dummies, what recommendations?
What type of sci-fi are we talking? Because you have in sci-fi, you have the very like Star Trek-y, Star Wars in space. You have dystopian, like near future or even far future, where it's more about like society on a planet, and not even with like aliens or anything, just like on like in the future on Earth. So like realistic speculation of what our future looks like. You have robot centric sci-fi. You have there's so much, and there's so much good stuff. So I can definitely recommend the Murderbot Diaries. As mentioned earlier, it's AI centric, and it's really, really good. I can recommend the Wayfarer series. The Wayfarer series is more like maybe I have compared the Wayfarer series to Star Trek in terms of that you have different books, like different that play in different areas of the universe and that are loosely tied together, but they're not the same kind of people. So you have the first book plays on a starship that is out on a mission. The second book is based on a planet and focuses on two different girls. And third book is on a space station, where people like permanently live on that station. And then the fourth book is again on a planet. So it's very different things. What I really love about the series is that it's less about the plot. You always have some sort of plot, but the plot is not the main thing. The main thing that makes the Wayfarer series really amazing is the dialogue interaction, because you have a lot of different species with a lot of different backgrounds and different setups and different different ways of how their society, bodies function, what they eat and what they eat, how they eat and everything, and just how they when they talk to each other and communicate about how their different species work is very much broadening your own horizon about tolerance and acceptance of others, and about challenging the way that what we think is normal and what we expect in society to be normal. So let me try and find an example. So one species, for example, women lay eggs. When they lay one egg in their lifetime, they go to a nest which is run by men. They lay their eggs and then they go back to their profession. You have a group of men who are pretty much just their whole life is just treated the children of that nest, and then when they're grown, they leave them. They don't have like the family archetype in that, and this is how it works for them. And I love how this challenges our very traditional thinking of like roles and plots, etc. And that's pretty much what goes on throughout the book. That challenges our way of thinking. I love that. So that I totally recommend. Another book that I can totally recommend is Quality Land. Quality Land is the near future Earth. You have no aliens, and it's more of society satire. In this book, you have our main character get a delivery from the shop, which is this online retailer who knows knows what you want before you order it. So you don't have to order stuff anymore. They just deliver to you what you want before you know that you want it. And because you not make mistakes, there's no way of returning items. And the item that our main character gets definitely does not want, and now he's going on a quest, tries to return an item, and by doing that, he pretty much has to disprove. He has to prove that the unfailable algorithm is actually fixed. So that is really, really the way that it's written is so incredibly funny. The writing style is hilarious. I just urge everyone that this slightly interesting to go on to like Amazon and go on to preview of the book so that you can read like the first 1 to 3 pages. And after reading these pages, if you do not want to continue, don't. But I guarantee that most people just want to continue with writing style. There's so much fun and there's so much satire in it.
What was the name of it again?
Quality Land. One of my favorite things in that book is that
by Mark Uwe Kling.
So one of the things, for example, is that in Quality Land, everything is like perfection. Everything is like superlative, and normal last names weren't enough anymore. So they decided to change the last name to profession of your parent of the sex at the time of conceiving the child. So you have twins where the female is called Inmate last name and the male is called Guard last name. So you pretty much know what the parent's profession was at time of conceiving. And our main character is called Joseph. So you know that his father was at time of conceiving. And yeah, there's like ranking systems, and you get automatically matched with a new person that you're dating as you go through like social ranks and stuff. Just read the first few pages, and if you don't love it, don't read it. But most people just fall in love after reading a couple of pages.
Mm.
So yeah, that's sci-fi recommendations. There's loads more,
That's a lot.
but I think Breaking Book, Eric has just recently done a video, like a collab, where I also talked about Quality Land, where he has sci-fi recommendations. So if you are looking for sci-fi recommendations, totally check out that video too.
Well, you've actually reminded me that I actually have read a sci-fi book. When you were speaking about like dystopia set in like a future societal place, I've read Vox, or I don't know if it's VOX, but Vox by Christina Zoucher. So that one was interesting.
Still on my shelf. Not read yet, but
I'm not a big sci-fi reader, but there was one that I read last year and I absolutely loved it, and it was The Space Between Worlds.
Oh,
It's by
okay.
Micaiah Johnson, and it's about, there are so many of these alternate universes, and you can jump between them, but the only rule is if you're going to a world, the version of you on that world has to be dead. And our main character is dead on all of the worlds, but I think 8 of them. So she's very valuable to the company that does the jumping. And then on the latest world, her doppelganger's killed in very suspicious circumstances, and she tries to find out what happened to it. It's really interesting.
Sounds really
It's about
interesting.
jumping to alternate universes and how one small thing's different everywhere. And I like stuff like that, and stuff like time travel, you know, where just one thing changes and then everything's changed, like the butterfly effect. I love that type of story.
I love these stories
I
too.
like that in movies, so that does sound really interesting.
But it's a really good book.
Yeah, I'll have to read that, Connor. That's a really good. Actually, the if you are into that type of story, you should look up the Firebird trilogy, because it's very similar setup, but the other way around. The family has created this device where they can jump between worlds, but you can only jump into worlds where you still live, and you jump into that body. If you do, like, there's like, this girl is special because she doesn't have to ping herself through a device to remain her conscious knowing that she is a traveler, because if you don't ping yourself, after a while you just melt into the person you jumped in, and you kind of can lose yourself. And yeah, there's a big love story behind that trilogy as well, but I think you could really enjoy that one too.
Oh, I've just found it. I'll take a look at that.
I just thought of another one, but and now that I talked about the Fiber trilogy, I'm blanking. Oh, time travel and how if one thing changes, you could also check out. That doesn't feel like a sci-fi anymore. Making history, because there we are going back in time to change one thing, to avoid World War II.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, just look up the blurb for that one, Making History. It was one of my favorite books, like 20 years ago, I think.
We've got a lot of recommendations.
Yeah, you never leave a live reading sprint without at least like.
It's a good thing I've got Goodreads open on another tab.
Yeah, I usually always end up ordering at least one book. I try to limit myself to one book ordering in a live reading sprint on a Sunday evening. Of that. Got 35 pages of Gemma and Bookmate Standoff, the last book of the Star Darling number 12. Finally, we'll be getting rid of them, giving them away after I'm done. That sounds like you're like, oh, I'm glad I'm done. Don't recommend. I saw the mobile. Great things will happen. The movie. So and he says that great things will happen.
I'm excited. I've arranged with my friend as soon as we've read the 5, we're gonna spend a weekend and just binge the movies. So I'm very excited about that.
I only read 3 pages. A friend came over and brought me a thank you gift. Super sweet. That is so nice. I love thank you.
Oh, someone else likes anime. I'm not alone.
Not. They feel like magic to me. Oh, I love that.
I've got another recommendation, Midworld by A.G. Foster. No, I do not know that book. Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's look that up.
Have any of you both heard of that?
No.
But if you're reading it must be good. Oh, it's another Dean Foster, right? Really is promoting author's book left and right.
So it's set on another planet, which is fun.
So, Uri, can you tell? This seems to be I think we talked about this last week. This is the 4th in a series, but this is the series where you can read like the books as you wish, because they're just in like one universe, but they're not tied into like where you have to read one after the other, right? Because you told me to read Sentenced to Prism, which is number 12 in that series, I think. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And Connor, what was the book called again that you mentioned?
The Space Between Worlds.
Yep, I've added that.
Adding that.
As someone who doesn't read sci-fi, if I liked it, it must be good.
I don't read. Do you know what? The extent of my sci-fi, you're going to laugh at me, the extent of my sci-fi is 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, which is very, very old. So, yeah, that tells you, my experience with sci-fi.
Well, to be fair, I feel like sci-fi has such a vast, like, subgenres. In theory, most of the dystopian books that you've been reading in YA could be classified as sci-fi as well. I mean, as soon as it is like a futuristic speculation, it becomes pretty much sci-fi. So I think that a lot of people who say that they don't like sci-fi might not have met their subgenre that they like yet.
Yeah, I think because everyone assumes that it's to do with aliens invading Earth or things like that, and everyone just has that misconception. But it's like you said, it is actually quite a broad spectrum. So in that sense, I have read a couple, but not really anything substantial.
Yeah. No, I don't like the alien invasion stories either.
It's a bit overplayed out.
I think for me, dystopians are it's such a massive genre. Like now, I almost class that rather than a subgenre of sci-fi. It's just a genre on its own. It's dystopian, rather than it being a branch. Just because of how big it is. If you think in comparison to like alien invasion, you think that you automatically think sci-fi. Where I think with dystopian now, people will just think, oh, dystopian. That's the genre. That's it. It's his own genre rather than being a branch off someone else. So that's why I don't think I class it as sci-fi as much as I probably should. I class that as, I've read a lot of dystopian, but I've not read a lot of sci-fi.
I don't think that you should. I mean, first of all, you can classify it any way you want. I also don't think that every dystopian I would consider as sci-fi, but I think that there's a big overlap in a lot of dystopian.
Yeah, I was going to say that. There is, well, I can't say a lot because I don't really read sci-fi, but from Vox, there's definitely an overlap between dystopia and sci-fi. It follows the story of a scientist, number one, and there's just a lot of the two genres kind of blurring into one. So I think that, you're right, it is a genre on its own, but I think that some books a lot of the time combine both genres, which is why I think some readers will kind of just amalgamate it into one and be like, oh, it all comes under the same umbrella. So
Yeah. Kay paid her bills for the month and read 20 pages. So productive. So yeah, in the Commonwealth of Majik, most books are standalone, but in his own same universe. So you can read the book Midworld by Eddie Foster as standalone. The space between worlds is 249 on Kindle. I just noticed that as well because I just looked it up. I'm gonna have dinner and I'll be back.
enjoy.
Yeah, enjoy. And what are you having? You probably didn't hear us. Back, we're gonna ask you what you had.
He's already eating.
Good. Yeah. So, to the next one.
Yes.
Do some reading. All right, let's put up a timer. And I'll see you in 30. Happy reading.
Thanks.
And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. How did you do? How are your books?
I'm talking whilst I'm on mute. I got caught off guard again.
Oh no.
That's okay. I was looking at the time and I was like, "Oh, I've got 5 minutes. That's fine." And then I'll just get completely in the zone. And then you make the call, and it's like, "Oh, okay, it's time."
Sometimes I just get lucky. I just finished a chapter and got to this, like, the chapters are divided by these like beautiful pages, and I look up and it's 20 seconds left. I'm like, okay, perfect.
I read a bit more. I'm up to page 50 now, which is pretty good. That's normally my daily goal, and I've made it to that in this couple of hours. So that's good.
Yay.
Yeah, that's awesome. How did you do, Connor?
I did 40 pages. I've been listening to the audiobook because I definitely want to get it finished tonight, and I'm quite slow, so the audiobook's making it go a lot quicker. I had a couple of traumatic moments during that reading. There was a lot happened.
Do tell.
I did have to turn my camera off to have a bit of an emotional breakdown for 5 minutes during it because there was something. So I'm just a bit like, I'm glad for the break. I'm glad there's a break.
So is that a good emotional breakdown or a bad one?
It was very upsettingly traumatic.
Oh dear. Oh dear. That does not sound good. I mean, honestly, in this book, I did not expect so much that goes in a very similar. I think this needs to come with a few disclaimers and content warnings. And I mean, like, I'm this much in it, and I feel like I have already touched most topics that you could put in in a list of content warning. And yeah, it's not an easy read. I did take a couple of pictures of some images that I felt were quite stunning and impactful. There's this one image of this woman who feels like her body isn't her own anymore, and she's getting too big during pregnancy, and she's getting crushed by her own huge body in that image. Let me see if I can find it real quick, because
that sounds quite graphic.
Yes, this whole freaking book is very graphic, and as I said, content warnings. Many
novel.
The graphic novel in this one is very graphic. There was also one image of where she says that her. Let me see if I can cover it up in a way that you can see it, but I don't get banned from YouTube. But, there you go. See how she's being crushed by her own self.
Oh, so she's carrying herself.
Yeah.
So the person carrying the bigger person is the same person.
Yes. And there's also like this one image of her where she's talking about that she feels like the fetus is rearranging her ribs. Like, this is a very dark image of pregnancy.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a manga I read. Sorry, I'm going to try and not make constant references to anime and manga throughout this live, but it does remind me of a manga I read that was equally as graphic, because a lot of like action mangas can be very violent. Like, there's blood and guts and all sorts of horrible stuff going on. So yeah, that actually doesn't surprise me.
What manga did this remind you of?
Okay, I'll tell you. It's called Berserk.
I've heard of that.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting it.
I feel like I've heard the title as well.
It's very, very dark.
I mean, I like dark books, not like
I
horror,
do.
but like uh, humans are shitty dark.
Yeah, like very gritty, intense. I like
Yeah.
that as well. I just finished reading one of those books. It's a book that I decided to read because it's on this year's Women's Prize list. And it's called, I've actually read a couple of books on that list, and I'm going to try and read a third before July because that's when they're going to announce the winner. But the book that I'm talking about is How the One-Armed Sister Sweeps Her House by Cherie Jones. That one is, it's set in the Caribbean, it's set in Barbados, which is why I was drawn to it because it's got Caribbean rap in it. But yes, it is a really difficult read. It's very difficult, and trigger warnings for child death in that book. But that's not the only thing that it covers. There's a lot of intensity in that book, but I really enjoyed it. So yeah, I do like those darker, grittier novels.
That sounds like something that I would like as well. I need to put that on my list.
Yes, definitely. It's a long title. How the One-Armed Sister Sweeps Her House.
Yeah. Rudy says it is called the Homang's Commonwealth. That's like the series where you can read one book, like a Readalongs. Hi, Inna. Kay read another 27 pages. Rudy reached page 121. You're almost done then. Because the murder bot is like, I think something like 170 pages or something. Finished dinner. What did you have? You have to share what you had for dinner. And read 3 pages. 22 pages read. Awesome. 31 pages.
Wow, you guys read fast. Do you mean, for those people that said they read 22 and 31 pages, do you mean that you read it in that half hour? Because
Yeah.
that's pretty impressive. Or do you mean like since the beginning?
No, usually I think that what I see averaging out is pretty much people roughly read 30 pages in 30 minutes, so a minute per page, unless they get distracted or a difficult read. You need longer if it's like a dense writing style. It needs longer, but then when it's middle grade, it's usually people read faster, or so. Or like with my graphic novel, I read 112 pages in those 30 minutes. But again, it's graphic,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. I mean, the good thing with my book is that it's got quite a big typeset. And books like that, it's easy to read a lot of pages because there aren't that many words on one page. So that's really helpful. I think that's the reason why I got through 50 pages so quickly. But there's also a lot of trauma in my book as well because it's about this guy, although I think he's also gender non-conforming as well. So he also goes by the pronouns they and them as well. And he's talking, it's a memoir about his life and his experiences as a Black and queer person. And from the first few pages, he talks about a time when he was 5 years old and he was attacked and had his 2 front teeth kicked out, and how the way his parents dealt with it, their response was just to bury it and just move on and just, carry on with the next day. But from his like when he reaches adulthood, he learned that, these things that happen to us, we actually carry that trauma in ways that we might not realize. And the way that his trauma manifested itself was that throughout his childhood and adolescence, he was unable to smile in pictures and in certain situations like that. So, yeah, it does cover a lot of trauma in the first few pages.
Wow, that sounds like a book I want to read.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Jessa hasn't read anything yet, I assume. 572. Well, if you're reading, I think you're reading the German translation for the Murderbot Diaries, and the German translation combines the first 3 books in one, I think. So you should be done with the first book pretty soon. But yeah, I love that you're just gonna go ahead and read the first three in one go. That feels like one book. I had lunch left over: rosemary potato edges and breadcrumbed chicken. Oh,
Very nice.
I love rosemary potatoes. So good. I love being like I love hearing what other people had for food and then celebrating over it, and then I start hungry as well. It's like I eat through vicariously through others.
Mm.
So I just had a question in my mind that I wanted to ask you, but it's completely gone for some reason.
Oh, that's annoying. It will come back whilst we're in the middle of another conversation. Like we'll be talking about something and then you'll be like, oh, I just remembered.
Probably. Hi, Lalita. Good that you're here. So those people who have just joined since the last sprint, what are you reading today? Share with us. And are you liking your books? So yeah, I'm quite confident that I can finish this today. So that makes me quite happy. And it's a lot harder hitting than I thought it would be, which makes me happy as well. But at the same time, I want to read Internment as well. So I might just stay up all night and read. It's a bank holiday for the both of you tomorrow, right?
Yes, it is. No work tomorrow.
I'm excited. First day off, and I booked Friday off as well, or
Nice.
this coming Friday. So I'm only in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week. So that's nice.
Oh, that's good. It'll be a short week for you.
Yeah.
I've tried talking to people because they were like, "Oh, you're in work tomorrow. That sucks to be you." And I'm like, "No, bank holiday." But it's like a British thing. A lot of people don't know what a bank holiday is, so they're just really confused as to why we get a day off work.
Oh, you might find this joke funny, Connor. I used to work in a bank, and a customer walked in one day. Sorry, I'm laughing at my own joke. A customer walked in one day and said, "Is it bank holiday today?" And my colleague, because she didn't actually ask me that question, she asked my colleague. My colleague said, "I wouldn't be here if it was." But yeah, yeah, go on.
I love that. Where do people not know bank holidays? Because in my teams that I have been working with over the past years, everybody knew what a bank holiday was.
I think it's known in Europe, but like a lot of places, I mean, I really don't know if it's a generic thing, but I speak to people in a load of different countries. Like specifically, I think someone I was talking to is in the US, and then I spoke to somebody in, I think they're in Japan, and they didn't know what it was. And I'm like, oh, so maybe they're just stupid. I mean, I might be wrong.
They have their own national days. Yeah. I'm sure.
Yeah.
They use different terminology.
I don't know about Japan, but tomorrow is a bank holiday in the US as well. So Memorial Day. I don't know if they use a different term if they're not working in global teams. I don't know if that might be the case. They use different terms. My team is always speaking about bank holidays. Like my immediate team currently is mostly people in the US and from the UK. So in Germany, we don't have a bank holiday tomorrow, but I'm pretty much the only person working tomorrow for my team. So it is almost like a bank holiday because if nobody in your team keeps working, it feels like a day off. But then we have in Germany, we have a bank holiday on Thursday, and my whole team will be working. So I hate these bank holidays where I'm off and I'm not allowed to work, but my whole team keeps on working. It feels like the work piles up for me for when I get back.
Yeah, that's the only downside. It is nice to have the day off, but then the next day is going to be especially busy.
Yeah. it wasn't as bad when I was in a position where everybody else that I was working with had a bank holiday as well, because if nobody was working, work wasn't piling up as much. But now in a team where everybody else keeps working, you just miss a whole day.
Yeah.
I'm reading Stories by Washington Irving and A Boy Called Christmas by Matt Haig. I haven't heard of A Boy Called Christmas, but
I've heard a lot about it. I think I'm sure it's been made into a film, and I don't think the film's out yet, but I think it has been made into one because I think I've seen the trailer for it. So I've been really interested in that because I know Matt Haig does a lot of good stories. So I was really interested in reading it. When I saw that there was a trailer for a film, I thought, oh, I'll try and read that first, and then I might go and watch it if I enjoy it.
Has anyone read The Midnight Library yet?
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
I do. I've got it right here.
Is it, Cece, is it as good as everyone is making it out to be?
I believe so. It depends on your expectations. I loved it, but I feel like you should not go into it thinking that you're going to get like a lot of surprises, or that it's going to be a read where you're like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? I felt like, especially as somebody who reads a lot, after a few pages, you know what this book wants to tell you, and you know how the book is going to end, but it still takes you on like a journey that you can follow along and just use as a prompt to think about, and just let it inspire you, and just review your own choices in life, kind of deal.
Yeah.
There was a so I read it as part of the Once Upon a Book Club box, which is always fun because I get gifts while reading a book. But it also comes with a couple of questions, and one of the questions that stuck with me, and I'm pretty much sharing with everybody who is planning to read it, that's the question that when you read it, you will know the question will make sense. Just think about, what would your library be, and who would be your librarian? Just keep that question in mind for when you read it, and once you're at a certain point in the book, it all will make sense, and then you can think about the question. It's a very
really interesting. It kind of reminds me a little bit of, I mean, I'm kind of worried about reading it because of all the hype, because books that are overly hyped, I'm already like dubious about, but it does sound really interesting. It kind of reminds me of what's it called? The Starless Sea by Erin Morgenstern, with the underground library. But the thing is, I didn't like the Starless Sea. It was like really difficult for me to read. After like the first 200 pages, it was really hard to read.
So I haven't read The Starless Sea, but I had it on my TBR, and I moved it off my TBR after hearing some feedback, and some things about the writing style. And I think that the way that it's written and the world is very different. And correct me if I'm wrong, but because I haven't read The Starless Sea, but it felt a lot more like a fantastical, magical realism that was a little bit confusing at times and hard to wrap your head around. And I feel like the Midnight Library is nothing like that. It feels a lot more contemporary. I mean, there's in the Midnight Library, there's a little bit of magical realism because I don't know how much you know about the book, but pretty much I think what is known about the book is that a person gets a chance to revisit revisit versions of her life where she would have made a different choice in her life. So that is obviously a magical realism part, but everything else is just straight up contemporary. So you're just reimagining her life with a point where she just makes a different choice.
I think that's what actually attracted me to the book, because it was like we was talking about before, it's that butterfly effect of one thing changing and how that changed someone's life. So when I kind of read the plot and it was about revisiting and seeing what life would be like if a different decision was made, I was just like, I fancy giving that a go. And then it turned up and it's bleeding tiny. I was like, what the hell's that?
Oh, is that it? Is that the Midnight Library?
Yeah, I expected like a 400-500 page book. And it's
very small.
It's about 280 pages. I was like, what the hell's that?
I think it reads very, very quickly because the writing style is very simple. It's very easy to get into. It is very contemporary in the world setting, etc. So it is something that you can really fly through in one sitting. A longer sitting maybe, but you can. I think I read it in like during a night session where I. And yeah, as I said, it's probably not something where you will be that will be very suspenseful, where you're like, oh my gosh, I want to know what happens, because you kind of know what the moral of the story will be. Because honestly, before picking it up, I was like mostly afraid that it's going to be too cheesy and too preachy. Because we know that if a person is able to revisit her alternative lives, how they could have turned out if you just had made a different choice, you kind of already know what the point of the story is going to be, you know, and like what the preaching part could be. And I was really afraid that it's going to be cheesy and preachy, but it did not end up feeling that way. And I really enjoyed it. Just don't go in expecting suspense or something like big surprising, but it's going to be a wonderful journey.
Just going back to the Starless Sea, because you were talking about the writing. I mean, the writing for me, I thought the writing was amazing. It was absolutely beautiful. I think that the imagery and the way she depicts the scene was really seamless. It was really nice. But then after a while, it started to get really tiring because it was essentially, it got to the point where she was describing, her descriptions started to become so over the top and so superfluous to the point where she was just describing absolutely everything, like little tiles on the floor and things like that. And then the concept of it, like you said, you haven't read it, but you essentially summed it up. It was hard to get your head around. It started to get really confusing. And the Starless Sea itself, the name of the book, it's an actual sea under this library. We didn't really get to appreciate why was it important? Why did this main character have to find it? And also the main character, his name is Zachary Ezra Rawlings. I don't know if anyone's read it, but the main character's name is repeated at the beginning of every single chapter. And then after about a few chapters, I was like, okay, this is annoying.
Okay. Yeah,
I did have a few issues with it.
No, I get it. And I think that's why I put it off my list, because I usually am not into, I don't need the beautiful writing style. It's nice when I have a beautiful writing style, but if it gets too much, it puts me off.
This is definitely too much.
Yeah. That's why I took it off. So Najat wants to know why it's called a bank holiday. I would assume because banks are closed on that day, traditionally.
Yeah. It's for the banks. Other businesses are closed as well, but it's primarily for the banks.
Yeah, and I know that bank holidays in different countries are handled differently as well. So in Germany, pretty much everything is closed except for things that are also open on Sunday, and on Sunday nothing is open, except for crucial things like hospitals, police stations, doctors, well, not doctors' offices, but only like emergency. So if you want to get groceries on a Sunday, the only place to go would be a gas station, because gas stations are allowed to be opened. So in Germany, right?
Most places are open here. They just shut at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's very different when it comes to countries. Germany is very anal when it comes to that kind of stuff. You are not allowed to work on a bank holiday in Germany unless you get a special permit. And the special needs to, like, your business needs to prove that it has no choice but to work on that day. So special permits are generally given to things like private care, and hospitals, etc. They have, like, they don't need to get the special permit because it's understood that they have that. But for example, if you are like an industry business and you want to get an extra days of work in because you had unusual high orders coming in, you would have to prove that you cannot move it to a day that is not a bank holiday or a Sunday to get that special permit. And you need to pay like really high like percentages on top of the wages for people to come in. So here, a bank holiday pretty much means everything is closed. And then there's other countries where a bank holiday just pretty much means the banks are closed and but nothing else is.
Yeah, it's not that strict here in the UK. By the way, which part of the UK are you from, Connor?
Manchester.
Oh, nice. I thought I had a northern accent.
Yeah. Up in north.
Yeah, and then I obviously have a southern accent, of course.
So Java needs so just shifting to that one, multi-sexual spectrum recommendation for queer lit for June. I don't think I have read multi-sexual queer lit.
Okay, excuse my ignorance. Please don't cancel me, but can someone please just in case I have a recommendation, because a book came to my mind, but I'm not sure if it's apt for this question. So can someone just define the multi-sexual spectrum, please?
I wouldn't know how to define that.
Yeah, well, I was thinking the same thing.
Let's see.
This is quite interesting.
Multisexuality or plurisexuality is an umbrella term for any form of attraction to more than one gender.
Oh yeah, I've got that. Also, it's a bit like pansexuality.
I think pansexuality would be part of that. So any sexuality that does not limit your attraction to one gender, and pan obviously doesn't limit your attraction to one gender. So
yeah.
Just I would say if you're gay or if you're heterosexual, that these would be singular, because you're just attracted to one gender, and then everything else is probably multisexual, I think.
Yeah, well, I did read one book. It's a non-fiction book, but it's really short. It's only like maybe 100 and I'm looking at it now, 120 pages or something. It's not long, it's very short. And it's a collection of essays to do with bisexuality, because it's a sexual orientation that often gets overlooked. And there are some essays in there that touch on pansexuality, because a lot of the times both of those sexual orientations can be used, well, not interchangeably, but they can be used to kind of represent the same sort of identity, the same sort of thing. So it's really interesting. And the book also kind of looks at the question, is being bi transphobic? I didn't really know that was a question that people had, but apparently it was. And this book deals with that. So yeah, that's the best recommendation that I can give you. It's called The Bible, spelled BI-BLB, because it's not the actual Bible, it's the bi.
Name.
You get the idea.
Yeah.
That's my recommendation. It's one of my favorite books ever.
Oh,
I've heard of that. I think I have that. I didn't really have that on Goodreads.
I love that book. I did not remember that this was multisexual, because I don't.
One of the main characters is gay, but the other main character's bisexual.
Oh. See, I don't focus on the sex.
This one also has a bisexual character in it.
Perfect
on paper. What's that about?
I've no idea. I've just bought this actually.
I'm actually looking for more books with bisexuality rep, because they are hard to come by. So yeah, that's quite useful. In terms of other bisexual recommendations, another one that I can think of that I really loved is Autobiography by Christina Lauren. Don't know if anyone's heard of that or heard of Christina Lauren, because they've written other books as well. But yeah, this one's really good. It's about this guy who is bisexual, and then he is attracted to this Mormon because it's set in Utah in the United States, and he gets into the romance with this Mormon guy who's also bi, although that's not really explicitly stated, but I'm pretty sure he is bi as well. And then there's like this forbidden love between them because this one guy is really religious and homosexuality is frowned upon in his church. So it's about them trying to have a relationship amidst this one guy's background. So yeah, that's a really good buy recommendation.
Just jumping to some recommendations that Anna is sending. The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue seems to have.
Oh yes, I think everyone's heard of that.
Yeah, and Ramona Blue, although it doesn't feature multiple love interests of different genders, only one love interest. But, I mean, if the character... So I think I read Ramona Blue, and that's what I'm saying. I probably have read these books in the past, but because I usually don't focus on the love story in a book, I don't remember the sexual orientation of the characters. So I could have read a lot of representation and don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
I hope, Jessa, you have gotten a few recommendations out of this. Anna wanted to read The Midnight Library this week, but then life got in the way and wasn't able to read it. I hope you get to it soon. I'm pretty sure that you're going to love it. Reading Red Queens 1. How are you liking it? All right. We're going to block that, I guess.
Whatever you want, a thon. There's so many different readathons cropping up, isn't there?
I have not planned on participating in any readathons in June as of yet, but I think that there's a few that I could make work with my current TBR. I kind of want to finish the Ally-a-thon first and then just feel myself out how exhausted of like readathon I am, especially when you're co-hosting a readathon. It feels like there's a little bit of an exhaustion setting in. But then I'm so excited about all of my June reads that if I can squish them into a readathon, I'm probably going to participate. Are you participating in anything in June?
I might unofficially participate in the Studio Ghibli-a-thon. That's happening, and it's, as you would expect, dedicated to Studio Ghibli movies. I forgot who exactly created the idea, but a few booktubers are involved, like oh god, who's involved? I don't know if anyone knows Sasha from the Redhead Reader, and also Rachel from Let Me in the Library, and then a couple of others. My memory is failing me, but I might do that. And I also have one book that I specifically want to read for Pride called Gay Bar, and I forgot the name of the author. Let me find out for you now, but it's a non-fiction book, and I think that would be like a suitable read for Pride Month. Let me see if I can get you the author. Oh, I put Gay Pride. Gay Bar. Yeah, it's by Jeremy Atherton Lynn. So yeah, I'm going to be reading that for Pride.
That makes sense.
I said yesterday, I haven't joined any readathons this year. It's just we're starting a new job and things. I've just not felt like I've had the time, and I do want to because I do miss it really. So I need to get into it again now.
Yeah,
I've done half a year off. I need to go back.
I think some of the ones in June. So especially with bigger TBRs, and Connor, I know your TBR this month is not the smallest either. So I feel like with a lot of readathons, especially the ones in June, that you can usually use your already existing TBR and just see how that fits. and how you can make it work. And I think especially the whatever-a-thon, you can read whatever,
Yeah.
so you can make it fit. And I just had a very, very good recommendation because, yes, The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo is also multisexual representation. So I second that one. Really good. I wanted to join this readathon, but after this week, I don't know yet. I'll decide next week. That's so fair. I totally feel you on that one. It's a month-long one where you read anything you want. So yeah, pretty much you can make it work. Still, you give me one. I haven't heard of it. Yeah, I've heard of it, but I haven't looked into the prompts for it. So I'll have to look into that if I can make that work. I need to check out because similar to you, Connor, I'm in a place at work where I might have another week or two of just a ton of work where I don't get a lot of reading done. And when I join a readathon, I get so conflicted. Especially also with like doing booktube at the same time. I literally spend 8 hours editing this weekend, 2 videos because I just
Only 8 hours. That's good.
I usually try to get my concepts for my, like in the beginning of the year, I try to shift my concepts to a place where I can limit the editing time to like 15 to 20 minutes per video. And you get better at recording the certain types of videos as well. So you don't need to spend that much time on editing. Because I felt like over the past few years doing booktube, what held me back was these peaks at work where I could not afford the time to spend a couple of hours editing. Because then you have to make a choice: read a book or do I edit? And if I don't read a book, do I have anything to talk about that I could edit? So it's like, what do I do? But
editing is the bane of my existence.
I actually love editing, but I don't have the time for it. I just wish I was like 20 again, because when I was like 23, 24, I would just spend a whole day just editing and not feel like I had lost any time because I didn't have so many chores and so many responsibilities and so many things to do. Now I don't have the time. So for me to spend 8 hours on 2 videos just means I spend way too much time on it, but I was also enjoying it so much. Was the TBR game that I just posted today. And it just took so much because I started editing clips in. And at the end, I was like, oh no, I want to change it all because my tired brain thought this was funny, but it's not funny at all. But then I was like, okay, no, I'm just going to keep it like this. I'm just going to roll with it. And then the other one is going to be my original book tag, which is like the first part is done. The second part now edited, and I'm planning on doing that tomorrow. And I'm seeing another 4 to 5 hours coming up. So
I actually just finished filming a vlog, and I am dreading editing it because it's my first vlog. I've never filmed a vlog before. I thought I'll do it. Let me just do it. And I have so much content that I'm just really scared of it now.
Yeah. Vlogs are okay to edit time-wise.
I feel like I just care very little about my editing. I literally, for a 20-minute video, I spend double the time. Same for a 10-minute. It's literally, for a 10-minute video, I spend 20 minutes on it. Just cut out. For a vlog, I don't really even edit. I just put each of the clips in, and then if it turns out to be like an hour, I'll just go through and I'm like, is there anything that doesn't need to be in? And just, I can't be bothered. If I mess up, I'm just like, messed up, deal with it. But I just can't, since I ever started my channel, I just kind of prided myself on being a mess. So now people come to expect me to be a mess.
I need to implement that a bit more in my life.
I know it's great because people don't expect this high quality, beautiful aesthetic thing from me. So I don't really have to put that much effort in. It's really lovely.
Yeah,
I can just film it, get it done, get it edited, and then I can just spend the rest of my time reading books. It's nice.
It's also
less stressful. He makes it sound so easy.
my friend spends about 3 or 4 hours just editing and the first 5 minutes of a video, and I just sit there watching it like, what is wrong with you? That is fine. You don't need to add that filter. You don't need to adjust that volume at all. Whereas I'm literally just like, meh, it'll be fine. They can cope.
And I think honestly it's very relatable. So good for you, Connor. And it's a place where I wanted to get to. And I feel like most of my videos that I have, like most of my video concepts, I can edit in 5 minutes. So like the TBR game, I record it in one go, and then the only thing that I need to edit is just matching the clips. That is a 5 minute thing. My first line reading, I just edit out silence stops, but because you get to a rhythm where you understand that I'm going to have a piece of silence now, so I'm just going to stretch it a little because then it is a lot easier to find and cut out. So that kind of deal. I do 1 hour reading. Like read with me videos with music because I like to listen to like indie pop music while reading, and I felt like there's not enough pop music that on YouTube because I also don't like when there's only like one image, like one still image on my screen when I listen to music. So I have these like 1 hour reading music, and I literally don't edit much there at all. The only thing that takes me time is to choose the music and put the music in, but that's not a lot of work. With the TBR game that I took several hours editing, I wouldn't have needed to do that at all. This could have been a case of 5 minutes and done. But then I just get these ideas of, I just think that this would be really funny to insert here. And can I think it started with a moment where I was like, oh my God, I'm going to cry because it's another book that I cannot have on my TBR now. And then I was like, okay, I need to put a meme in here where somebody cries. And then I could only find really cool clips of people crying that I felt might have been a little bit insensitive to use because they didn't feel like memes that were used a lot. And I didn't want to do that. And yeah, then I started, then I thought of something that I just saw in the series that I'm rewatching Buffy right now, and I just remembered a scene. I was like, this would be perfect, and then I started looking for it, and that turned into 4 hours, and now I have a lot of Spike moments reacting to my stuff in my TBR game. And I thought it was a lot of fun. I thought that especially the first clip that I entered was genius and hilarious, but yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a middle of the night brain that considered that genius and funny. So I don't know if anybody else will, but I don't care.
I think if you enjoy what you do, it's good to put a lot of effort into it. Whereas I hate editing. And at the start, when I first started doing my channel, I thought, right, I'm going to put some effort in. I'll try and make it look nice. And then after a while, I just thought, I do this for fun, and I don't like it. So I'm just going to put minimal effort into it. I enjoy filming the videos, so I put all of my effort into that. And you know, not to be big-headed, but I'm actually quite funny. So people enjoy the content because I'm either funny or I'm stupid. And either way, that works. So I'm just like, well, I don't need to edit much. So I'll just put the basic editing into it because I just think I don't need to make that much effort on something I don't like.
Yeah.
So that's why now I do a lot of vlogs because it's literally the easiest thing to edit. Because I just go, bonk, bonk, right, you're done.
Yeah, that doesn't work for vlogs at all. Because my clips don't work like that, because I take a lot of different types of clips that you can then enter for montage, etc., and that just is automatically a lot more work. But I feel you, and I think it's a very good concept. And as I said, even though I do like editing and I do like to have that session every now and then, I couldn't have content that requires that because that wouldn't be sustainable. So yeah. Let's go through the next few comments and get into another reading sprint because I think we need to.
Hi.
Hello.
That's me.
Oh God.
To Blues Lounge.
Okay.
I've just seen a comment from Mel.
Hi.
Good morning, Mel. Somebody.
Is that a cow?
that might be a cow, which I
Which
found.
part of the world are you
Return
in?
of the cow.
What's up, Connor? Don't you find it?
I don't need the cows to come back.
Well, we do have an insider with Mel because we were on a live reading sprint with Mel and started having very intense discussions about cows. And I do believe that Connor was the reason that we had passionate discussions about cows was because of some of the facts that you brought to the table, Connor. So it was partly your fault. You have to.
I take responsibility. I regret it. Wish it never happened. But if you did not know, Lois,
I
cows-
didn't. I'm
cows
just here.
have best friends.
Just
Yeah.
everything's going over my head.
Cows have best friends.
Cows have best friends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Who are their best friends?
other cows.
Other cows.
Okay. Okay, of course.
They don't have a designated person to be their friend. They make friends with other cows.
That's like the cutest
Of
thing.
course, yeah.
Cows form relationships with other cows that are like best friend cows. I love that. So yeah, Anna.
Oh yes, there's a lot of complexity within the animal kingdom.
There is, and we found it very amusing.
Indeed.
I saw your video, but not all of it. I like the spy content. Yes. Okay, good. I was finding it funny, hopefully then. But even then, I don't even care. I thought the first one was like genius. I think the big mistake that I made in editing this is that partly I use these clips to kind of diss myself, but then partly I use them to confirm what I'm saying. And I think that you need to choose either one. You either have these clips make fun of you or you have them support what you're doing. And I did both, and that, yeah. Australia.
Oh, Australia.
Cows and their besties.
Oh, nice.
All right, let's just not talk about cows and just go into another reading sprint. How about that?
This is going to be my last sprint, everyone. And then I'll love you and leave you.
Yeah, I'm going to say the same. I'm close to finishing my book now anyway, but
Oh, nice one.
I'm getting used to sleeping by now. This is a late night for me.
Yeah. All right, then let's get into it and start reading. See you in 30.
I'll see you soon.
And we're back, and Anna has come to join us. Hi, good to see you.
Hi. Hi, Connor. Good to
Hi.
see you.
You too.
Hi.
So, how
Hi,
are you all
Liz.
doing? And
Hi.
Anna,
Sorry?
I was just asking how everyone did, and for you, Anna, what you're reading.
Oh, on reading 4 Years Trapped in My Mind Palace by Johan Twiss. It's about a boy, a teenager who suffers from an infection and is left in bed, like he cannot move or talk, and it's about his journey in his mind and some special relationships along the way.
Love it.
It's beautiful.
How did you do?
What?
Okay, I only read about an extra 20 pages, so I'm not where I wanted to be, but it's still good. I'm still on page 70, so that's essentially 100 pages.
Yeah, and your like you said, your daily goal is what, like 50, so you're way over your daily goal, so that's awesome.
Yeah, that's something.
Awesome. What about you, Connor?
I've got 25 pages left, so
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
nice.
going to finish it. I'm going to get in bed and finish it. I'm determined to get it done today, and then tomorrow I've just checked the audiobook for the next ones. Just under 10 hours, so I might try and do the whole thing tomorrow because I listen on times 2 speed, so it's 5 hours.
2 times speed.
Yeah, I can't
Oh,
do it any
God, that's
faster. I'm
fast.
just
That's too fast.
my friend can't listen on 2 times speed. She has to listen on times 3 because
Oh,
times 2 is
wow.
just too slow.
No
She's
way.
very angry. Whereas I'm just there on like times 2.5 and 2 times 3, and I'm like, what?
No, 1.75 is the most for me. That's the highest.
It depends on the audiobook, because some audiobooks are spoken in quite slowly and some are spoken in a little bit faster too. So I've
Yeah,
had
that's true.
when I put them on 2 times speed, I was like, I can barely understand this. And then others, I was at 2 times, I'm like, okay, this is really slow. Most of my apps don't go faster than 2 times, which is annoying.
Oh,
I think
you listen to 2 times speed as well.
mostly yes. I think that if I read it at the same time with my eyes, I can go up to 3 times. Because then when it's like multi-sensual experience, then I can do the 3 times speed. Not with all the books, but with some. And then at some points I need to go to like 1.7, 1.8. If I'm driving, I have to go to 1.5. I can't do driving and 2 times speed. And when I'm doing something like cleaning or cooking, I need to go to 1.5 as well. So it's very dependent on like what my other senses are doing.
I don't understand how people can listen to such fast speeds. Doesn't it just sound like a blur?
It's a habit. It's a habit that you learn.
You learn, I suppose so, yeah.
Well, I normally listen to 1.5, between 1.5 and 2. I think that's okay for me. But higher than 2 is normally like, whoa, wait, stop a minute.
Like, are you actually hearing what's happening?
For me, I feel like anything less, because 1.75 is okay. Anything less than 1.75 for me, I'm just like, I can read you faster. So either speed up or you're wasting my time. 1.75 is kind of like my reading speed.
Yeah,
And
that's reasonable.
Is like, you're helping me a bit. I can do it a bit faster on 2. So anything less than 1.75, I feel like I'm just wasting my time. I might as well read the book myself.
But are you like, how are you listening to the audiobook? Are you doing something else while you're doing it, or are you reading the words on the page while you do it?
Now I'm reading them with the book. Normally, the only time I ever listen to audiobooks, because to be honest, I don't really like them, is when I'm on the bus to work. So I just kind of stare off into space and listen then. Because my commute to work's like between an hour and a half and 2 hours each way. So it's between 3 and 4 hours a day on public transport. So I'll listen to quite a lot of the book. I could get up to 8 hours of a book done in one day.
Wow.
Which is in some cases the size of a book. So I do a lot of reading that way.
I don't know if I would.
Connor, because I mean that's a very pretty long commute.
Was it like 5? You've been waking up really early since you got that job, right?
Yeah, I get up at about 5:30, and then I get to work for 9 o'clock.
Oh my goodness. That's hard.
And there's not a lot of time between me waking up and leaving. It's probably about between 20 minutes and half an hour at most.
Goodness me.
Well, that's love.
Yeah.
You must love your job.
It brings in money. Gets good wage, good pension.
That's a point. Yeah, you have a point.
And I mean, to be fair, depending on what it might open up other opportunities down the line. It just doesn't sound like it's something that is sustainable long time with that commute.
Well, it's not bad for me because I don't really do anything anyway. Plus, I hate driving. I refuse to do it. And it's not bad. It just keeps me busy. Otherwise, I'd just be asleep.
Okay, that's fair.
Getting home, I'm like, I wish I got home a bit quicker. But like in the morning, I'm just like, I might as well. Like there are some days I'm like, I absolutely hate this, but majority when I've got an audiobook, if I've got nothing, I do just sit there like, I hate everyone in this bus. I would love to punch you. Why are you here? Why am I here? What even is life? Is it time to retire? Like when I've got something to keep me busy, I'm fine.
I get that. I do understand that. Yeah. Still, I think I had like half a year where I had a commute that felt similarly long, but I had to drive. It just got that long because of like a business traffic, and I just wasn't able to avoid it, but I couldn't do it longer than half a year. In the beginning, I loved it because I got a lot of reading done as well, like audiobooks, but it just got such a pain after a while and just got so annoying. I can't relate to people who do that long term, and even like there's people I've heard with like even longer commute. Like I have so much respect for that. I cannot do that. Now my commute is like a minute from my bed to my desk.
But I prefer that what Connor does rather than people who just move places every time they change jobs. I know many people who, okay, I got a job in this area, I'm going to move. And why are you moving? Because I got a new job. So, I mean, if you eventually change jobs, then you'll move again. Yes. I hate moving out.
I mean, if I didn't have my son who needs like his stable environment, I think I would be moving a lot more for my job. But also, if the company pays for the move, I'm moving. I move because you save so much money if you don't have to commute as well. And if the company pays for the move, it's like a no-brainer for me.
By the way, hi Anna and Nayad. They've been saying hello to me.
Say, yeah. Why does it? There we go. Hi, Anna. Finished the first story. Awesome. Need to sleep now. Good night, y'all. Good night, Rudy. I love that you love the first story. I told you Murderbot is amazing. Got to page 95 in your book, Anna. That is so cool.
That's good.
Yeah. 28 more pages. Now time to make supper. People eating again and not hearing what they're eating. I got 40 pages done. Wow. That is awesome. You joined the whatever, right? I thought I saw you on.
I'm on Team Epic and High.
I think I'm going to take some time tomorrow to check it out. and see what I'm going to be doing. For my job, we have to commute to different hydroelectric stations. The time we take to commute is part of our shift, though. I think that's different. That's very different.
Oh,
I
if
mean,
that was me, I would try and take as long as possible, so I would have to work less.
well, it depends. If you,
That'd be great for me.
I mean, yeah, it depends. If you, let's say, if you have like an 8-hour shift, and you know that you have 6 hours of work done and 2 hours of commute, but if you end up having a longer commute, then this is like unpaid overtime. Then I wouldn't want, then it doesn't get to a point where you want to be traveling slowly. I mean, I love that.
It works in theory, though.
Yeah. I mean, prior to the pandemic, I was traveling a lot for work, and up to a certain limit, the travel is on business time as well, but only up to a certain limit. So you would have days where you might be traveling for more than a shift, and it would just count as a shift. But then it also is usually to really cool places, so then I don't mind. Like, I had a couple of hours layover in New York, and I was like, okay, that's fine. I don't mind that is not shift time. I'm also on that team. It has so many people, like 500 plus. The Discord has 2,000 people now. That's getting a little bit too big for me.
Well, they were scared when they saw, like, when they passed 100 a week ago, 1,000 a week ago, they were like, whoa, this is a bit too much. I mean, she was like expecting, Mari was expecting like 50 people, I think. She said, and I was like, really? I mean, Cody, Maddie, Jade, Steph, India, in the same readathon, and you're expecting 50 people?
Yeah.
No way. No.
Yeah. We never reach our cap time. If we go over 13 hours a day, they pay for us to stay overnight somewhere. That's fair. That sounds interesting too. I hope that the stations are in interesting locations. For like a year, I had to travel to locations that we were building, and I always was so like envious. Like, my colleagues would get the assignments in like Rome, Barcelona, and Madrid, and I was stuck in like these tiny, dirty villages in Germany, and I was like, please get me out of here. Being stuck in these while my colleagues were sitting on the beach in Spain. Gavin back as well, yeah.
And Raw and Spoops.
Yeah. I'll still check it out, but it sounds like a little bit too much for me. When it gets that big, I feel like the sense of community gets lost a little bit because it gets more.
It hasn't so far, but maybe you could check a smaller team like the Contemporary.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I have to check what on my TBR, because my TBR is fixed, like my TBR is done, and what on my TBR would work for which team to then check.
You don't have to anyway. It doesn't give you that many points. The thing that gives you the least points is actually reading your team genre. So you don't have to read the genre the whole month. LGBTQIA plus, read either in the story or the author, gives you the most, gives you 100 points, and you get 25 points per prompt and 50 points for reading one of the host faves. And so you can get a maximum of 3 prompts per book to avoid, a person from getting somehow a ridiculous amount of points from one book. And you get 100 points per book within your goal, the number of books you set to read throughout the month, and you get 200 for extra book.
Yeah, I'll check it out tomorrow to see if I'm going to join anything, or if it's just adding a stress layer that I don't want right now. Because I get competitive when it comes to that kind of stuff, and then, like, not good.
Then if you get to Epic and High, you would be a good asset.
Well, not if I have like readathon exhaustion after the Alliathon. So let's see. Anyways, so I read 133 pages in the last sprint. So I think I'm almost like half.
Whoa.
Wow.
It is not getting any easier. Like this is a lot heavier, not only physically heavy. It's the heaviest book that I own. But yeah, this is not getting easier. So I'm so super surprised by how heavy this book is, which is a good thing. I thought that I would potentially read this for like one sprint and then switch to internment because I wanted a heavier read, but this has turned out to be heavy enough.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
A good thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, this one, if someone is going to try and read this one is hard because doctors said he was brain dead, highly likely brain dead, but he's not, and he knows everything that's being said, and he's 14 at the moment, and he's being not able to communicate at all since 12. So it's a delicate matter, and it's difficult, but it's totally worth it. I think I don't know if it makes sense to you, but beautiful within the pain it manages.
I think I know what you mean. Sounds really good. This is a nice compliment, Anna. Lalita saying, when Anna explains it, I get all of it much better. It was so confusing.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, many people went crazy. I set myself 10 or 12 books for the month, and I'm like, no, people, set yourself a normal amount of books. You get double the points for extra book. I normally read 12 when I'm at university, and I finish my semester on the 7th. And I'll set myself 8, which means I'll highly likely read 16. Because I didn't want to be I'll set myself 2 and then I get it done. No, just, something honest, but still 200 per extra book. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter the team you join. I just joined Epic and High because I felt I wanted to read. I found myself going back to look at the books that are epic or high fantasy, so that's why. But I could have chosen any, to be honest.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Shall we get into the sprint? Which I don't really want to say goodbye to you two, but I also think that we need to get more reading done, and I feel like Connor, you're pretty much about to pass out on us, and you still want to read 25 pages.
Yeah.
Well, this is great because I've been like talking to Connor on Twitter, and once he was on my pre-birthday reading sprint and everything, for some time already. He lives very close to Stev, and I'm a friend of Stev, and so we've been chatting for so long, and it's the first live I'm with him in the same place. Like, when I saw him, I was like, yay! Finally.
Oh, it has been a long time.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just have to see if we can repeat this setup so that you can join earlier, Anna. So Connor, you just have to tell us when it's good for you again with like your work and stuff. So
yeah, I will do. I'll find time somewhere.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, same for you. Lewis, it was great meeting you here, and I would gladly.
Likewise. You're a very good host. We must do this again sometime.
Yeah, definitely. Just let me know when you're available, and I usually have a slot open, so you're welcome to join.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. But yeah, this is going to be my last sprint now. So thank you so much for having me. It's been really nice.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
the same way. Thanks a lot. It's been a lot of fun. I've got my book read, which is better than I thought I was going to do, so I'm very happy. Been very productive. It's
Good.
been a
Brilliant.
fun few hours.
I love that. I love the Sunday evening reading, and finishing the weekend with getting some reading done. And I love
Absolutely.
so thank you both for being here. And to everyone who's watching, just please go make sure that you're subscribed to both of them because they both deserve it, and so you should totally do that. And while I pull up the timer again, we'll go into the next one.
Okay. Bye, guys. Bye,
Okay. Yeah,
everyone.
I will see you guys next time. A lot of fun reading with you.
Bye, you two.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So sad to see Whitney
Hi.
go, but let's head into the next sprint.
Let's go. Happy reading. Hi.
Welcome back.
Gosh,
How did
I
you do?
really like this.
Huh?
I really like this book. It was given to me by through Book Sirens in exchange for a review, and I'm really, really, really loving it. I'm just. I don't want
I
to
love
tell
it.
you anything. I don't want to spoil it, but it's amazing.
I love that. I read another 135 pages. This is so heavy, honestly. It just gets darker and darker and heavier, and the images are so powerful as well. Oh, I mean, I don't even know when this is playing because it mixes up very traditional stories, and most of it feels like it plays at the time where um, like very, very old Arab times with like sultans and stuff. But then you also all of a sudden have a truck coming in and pump stuff. So they're mixing times deliberately. It all feels very, very old, but then somebody comes on up with like sunshades on and weird stuff. So, but it isn't weird that it's happening. And then I don't know, you have these like fishermen going out and in the slums and then fishing in like trash, and you can see the very
Whoa. I love
uh,
the art.
yeah, the artwork is stunning, but this is very like 20th century trash, you know. Um, but then at the same time, you have like harems and sultans, and it feels very, very old. But then you have very new things mixing in there, and
You're
yeah,
so
the
invested. I'm so happy for you.
look at this. This is so stunning.
Wow.
The art is amazing, and it's so impactful. Like, um, the artist really knows how to play stories and create really powerful images that kind of haunt you when it touches these heavy topics. A lot of symbolic stuff and really, really good. Um, I really enjoy it a lot more than I thought.
Well, yeah, you look so invested. I'm like, yay, she's so invested in the story.
Yeah.
That's great when you feel like that with a book. I forgot to say I read 8% of this thing because for some reason in this specific book, I cannot get the page count. Maybe because it's an arc.
Yeah, sometimes with arcs, I can't get the page count either. And sometimes I do. I think it depends on the format that
Mm.
that they're supplying it. I think with some they can, and with some they can't. But yeah, I mean, you can still. I mean, I love about Book Siren is that they show things like the page number on the book page. You know, NetGalley doesn't tell you if it's like a 100-page book or a 400-page book, but Book Siren does. So even if the file ends up not telling you how many pages it has, you can look it up on Book Siren.
Yeah, I'm 20% in. That's what I know, and that's good. And I forgot to say, I'm halfway through this one. Is History of the Siege of Lisbon by Jose Saramago. And Saramago is one of my favorite writers of all time. He's just brilliant. And I hadn't read this one, and I'm quite liking it too. So I don't know if I'm going to switch because I'm loving the other one, but I love this one too. And I should finish this one and this one by tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I completely came into these reading sprints fully intending to switch to internment. I want to read that. Haven't started it yet, but I actually wanted to finish it by the end of the day, which obviously isn't going to happen. But I haven't even started it now because I keep on reading Habibi, and I'm finishing that first now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already loving it, why? The
Yeah,
problem with this too is that I'm already halfway through this one and I love it, and I'm loving this even more. and I'm just only 20% in. I'm not going to finish any today, but I could finish both tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see what I can still finish tomorrow. There's a few books. Let me just share what I still desperately want to get to, and you can help me decide what I'm going to do. Ugh. So, these are the books that I cannot finish anymore. I hopefully can finish one more this month. Brandon Sanderson. I put this on next month's TBR already in case I don't finish it. If I don't finish this month, I have to endure a TBR game penalty. So that's why I kind of want to get through this as well. Also, I think I have this down.
Why don't you make it like just having started? Like the condition to get a penalty is not having started all of them.
No, the condition for the penalty is I must have completed it. That's it. So
not happening.
If I don't complete this, I have to endure the penalty. Then the Book of the Night Women, I have also put this already on next month's TBR. If I don't get to it with this one, this would have also been part of the readathon. So this would have been ticking off a box for the readathon. I'm super pumped for The Lost Apothecary as well. I think that the story is going to be super interesting. This is also a Once Upon a Book Club book, and I did not get this on my next month TBR. So if I don't read this tomorrow, I'm not going to be reading it for at least another month. This one is another book that I need to finish for my TBR game or endure a penalty, and I have not put this on my next month's TBR. And this one is also not on my next month's TBR. I really, really was hyped for this one, and it was part of the Eliathon. So yeah, these are the ones that I'm hoping that I can fit one more tomorrow, but I don't know which.
What's the advice you would like? Like which one?
Yeah.
Okay, this is my recommendation. Grab Ramesha because it's a middle grade and you should fly through it. And you may even have time to read the pink one, the love thingy. I forgot the title. Yeah. Or grab that one, see if you fly through it, and then you grab Ramesha. I mean, those two, I think you could, with a bit of an effort, I think you could make it with those two. If you're quick through them. The Hero of Ages is not going to happen in 2 days. It's just not. It's the Hero of Ages. No. Not happening. Don't kill yourself. I don't want you to die still. No, not yet. Okay, just your eyes falling out. No.
Yeah.
So let's do this. If you get to at least 1.5 by tomorrow evening, we get to the Hero of Ages the first week of June. We have to read it by Sunday, the first week of June.
Okay. All right. I think that sounds fair. Wait, where are we? Jocelyn just got here. Spent all day trying to get a vet to look at my dog. She's home and sleeping now. I hope she's doing better. I hope she's okay.
What was wrong?
I read 20 more pages. The book is a little slower to read than the Grisha books. Yes. Finished your book. Yay!
What were you reading that?
I think I'm going to call it a day at the next sprint. What was Najat reading? I knew what Najat was reading. I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm blanking on what everybody's reading right now. I'm going to bed at the start of the next sprint as well. Yeah, it's getting late for you. Just got here, so I'm ready for sprints. Yes, we're going to do a few more, I guess. Reading Docile. What is that?
Docile is the Barn Book Club's pick for May and June, and it's dystopian about
Ooh.
capitalism. I don't know anything else, but I will start reading it by the end of next week. So
That sounds interesting. Let me know how you like it. And what book club is that?
Burned Book Club, Burned Books. It's called Burned Book. It's by Maddie and Spoops. Willow, you're my team. That's great. I mean, you're with Steph, so I love your team.
So, and with 2 books, and then Willow is on Epic. Awesome. All right, shall we get into another sprint to get our reading done? I want to finish this as soon as possible so I can get to internment and
What
then
did I do?
get to Super Fake Love Song. I need to read so much. Not exactly sure, but she did something to one of the discs in her back, but pain meds and anti-inflammatory. She's much more comfortable. That's a relief to hear.
People, could you say which one you think? I mean, the book on Kindle or the physical? Thank you. I'm so glad you're in there.
Did you start the physical one? Did you start the physical one already?
I'm exactly halfway through. Exactly halfway through.
Okay. I would say continue with the Kindle because you were loving it. Just stay with the momentum.
That's why I don't know what to do.
Stay with the momentum at the Kindle. Jessa, check out Habibi. It does have not only LGBTQ rep, it also has trans rep, which I did not expect. And it has, yeah, it packs a punch. It's heavy and it looks huge, but as you see, I mean, I started this like 4 hours ago. We did what 4 sprints, so that is like maybe 3 hours reading. It's really heavy. It's really hard hitting. It's graphic. It's stunning, and it is talking a lot about Islam, but it's also talking a little bit about the roots of Christianity and Islam and where these two separate. So, yeah, a religious graphic novel with LGBTQ rep. Check out Habibi. I'm just thinking. I don't think I know any. I mean, I've just read a couple with like Muslim representation, but I don't think that I remember any of them being LGBTQ rep. So, any come to your mind, Anna?
LGBT and religious. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a tough combination.
Yeah. One or the other, but both. Graphic novel. Also, it's quite a specific prompt.
Well, Jessa says graphic novel or book. So if you can think of a book, that works too. I'll just move on with the comments, and if you can think of something, you can still pop it in. I was reading Gemma and the Ultimate Standoff, the 12th book. So happy it's over. Oh yeah, I remember now. You were ready to be done. Planning on signing up for Gavin Jade's team. Thanks, Anna. Your explanation made me do it. That's awesome. Pick the one that you think will take longer to finish. That's a good idea, Anna. Which one do you think will take longer? Then there you go.
No doubt.
Good night, everyone.
Sad to see you go. You can rest properly and have a great beginning of your week.
Is there end of the month stream tomorrow? Yes, of course. There's always end of the month stream with Completely Melanie on my channel. So I'll see you tomorrow. All right, let's get into the next stream. Into the next sprint. So I want to get finished with Habibi, if you haven't noticed.
No. No worries. Happy reading. Good night, Naya.
Welcome back.
Definitely slower.
Yeah.
I wrote 12 pages and look at these.
Ooh, wow, that looks dense too.
Small text and all
Like
stuck together.
like no paragraphs, no. It feels like there's no, kind of structure that helps get through it faster.
There is, but not when you just glance at it.
Right.
That's Saramago's specialty. He does what he wants with punctuation, but he does it in a way that it's always clear to you. Only if you're a reader, where everything should be, so you read it properly.
Right.
But yeah, like visually, this edition is not helping.
Yeah, that makes sense. I read 146 pages. I'm almost done. Look at this. Like,
Whoa.
so cool that I have read a thick one like this in one like live reading show. So that's kind of cool, and I am so impressed by this. I mean, it doesn't get easier. I feel like by the end of it, we're gonna have handled all topics that could be considered a content warning of some sort. Like everything is in here. It's so good, and yeah, I don't know. What I found really interesting, we have a character who's starting to think about suicide, and then it starts like goes into this, like all his thoughts over several pages. It's just like this. So the whole mood changes so much when you are used to these like very graphic pages, and then you enter the mind of this very, very depressed person, and then you just have this. That is so powerful.
Wow. Okay, you're making me want to get that. The problem is that I can get it in the country in English, actually. There's an independent bookstore here that brings only sells books in English. And they had that, but it's expensive.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. I wish I could just send it to you, but it's so heavy that it's going to cost a fortune to ship it. So it wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. But that's why it's expensive here also, because taxes, So, yeah, I really, really want that. I wanted it since I saw it first, actually. But now I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to hold my horses. Will I be able to?
Yeah, no, I'm seriously impressed. I didn't expect it to be that hard hitting and that like socially critical and everything. I expected it to talk about religion. But yeah, very impressed. Good night, Najat. Probably already gone at this point.
That's on my June TBR.
Miseducation of Cameron Post is a book that contains religion and a main character that is LGBTQ. The subject matter is maddening, though. She gets sent to a reform camp because of her sexuality. How is it handled though? I mean, is it?
Don't tell me. Don't tell me, because I'm planning to read it June.
So you wouldn't want to know.
I don't want to know anything.
You don't want to know if the topic is handled well.
No.
Okay.
I want to find out through the reading.
Okay, then Kay, don't tell us anything.
DMCC.
I think LGBTQ plus graphic novels, there are quite a few, and I think a few have been recommended.
Yes, I would recommend Bloom. Somebody mentioned, Jocelyn. Bloom, and I really, really, really like that one. And it's very cute. Bloom is so, so cute. And Mooncakes, I thought was cute too, but Bloom, I like Bloom more than Mooncakes.
I haven't read any of them, but that's probably because I don't read romances, and so I don't necessarily gravitate towards books or graphic novels that are being promoted as LGBTQ, because that's usually promoted in a way of like there's a romance in it that highlights the sexuality. And yeah, I mean, I think most of the graphic novels that have been mentioned here, like Heartstopper, I think they're like romance.
Yeah. The thing is with Bloom is that it's not only about romance. It is a romance. It's mainly a romance, but it's also about family.
Yeah.
So I really, really like the way all that family thing was portrayed and how important family relationships are within Bloom.
And I think Saga is also, I've heard a lot of good things about
It's a
Saga.
great book.
Yeah, I need to pick that up at one point. I think the only thing that bothers me about these type of books is like when you get into Saga, you want to read all the books, and it just gets like it's so expensive to get all of them. For like, I pay the same amount of money for a book that takes me that gives me like 10-15 hours reading time versus a graphic novel that gives me like half an hour reading time. And it just feels so expensive. Switched for the Witch Boy, feeling slumpy. I hope we get you out of the slump, Jessa. The site I use online doesn't have mooncakes, the Tea Dragon Society, and Heartstopper. Oh, I'm sorry. Anna, where do you live again?
I live in Colombia now. I'm actually planning to go to Germany in a couple of years.
The site I use online has in graphic novel form. Nice. So if you can get that monster in like an online format, maybe that's also something for you, Anna. Maybe Jessa can let you know how to get access to that.
It's so beautiful. I wanted the physical thing. I saw the book and I was like, no, this is too beautiful. Like one of these books that you're like, no, I want this, but like forever on my shelves because the book is just,
Oh,
it's beautiful not to have it in your hands.
I mean, yes, I agree. I wouldn't want to keep it because it just takes up too much room, and I'm not going to read it again, even though it's really, really good. And I'm also not going to sell it because it's so heavy. So the shipping is going to be too expensive. I usually end up selling a lot of my books because a lot of the places where I can donate books around here don't take English books, because people you
People
want.
read in English.
Yeah, but not a lot around here. Like, there's very, very rarely people that ask for English books around here. I mean, there are in the cities, there are people who are bilingual and people who do read English, but those are usually people who go out and buy books and don't use one of like the donation services. It's the same with the library. That's why we don't have a lot of English books in the library, because people just go and buy their books when they want English. And yeah, so that's why I usually sell my books for a couple of euros. But this is going to be too heavy for shipping. I also don't want to keep it because it's not going to fit in my miniature lifestyle in the future. So I wish I could just give it to you.
That'd be great.
So dropping it off. It's not going to work during the live chat. Links are they just don't like it, the whole post doesn't show up in the chat when you post a link. You probably
Just
would
write
have.
the name. Just write the name.
Yeah, or you can text potentially Jocelyn, or Anna can tell you how to reach them outside of YouTube if you want to share that in like a private message or something. That's an option too. So did we see how everybody else is doing this sprint. I feel like
No, they were talking about the graphic
yeah,
novels.
like has nobody been reading? Have you just been doing other stuff? I know that there's a few who went to get supper and stuff. Because I'm ready to go into the next sprint already and finish this book. I only have like 70 pages left.
And I would
So
very much like to move forward because 12 pages is basically nothing.
So yeah, I'm ready to head into the next sprint, and then everyone can share how they did after the next sprint. I mean, I generally want to get better with doing more sprinting and less talking too, but I feel quite eager right now, especially.
Hi,
Um,
Melissa.
Hi, Melissa. Good that you're here. Share with us what you're reading, or if you're using it for something else.
Melissa, are you Danish?
I mean, because the last name Christensen.
Sen, yeah. Sen is Danish. I'm not sure. Son and San. We have Sen, Son, and San, and each ending is a different country. So San is Danish. I believe San is Swedish and Son is Norwegian.
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting.
My father's last name, Nielsen, is Danish.
Ah, yeah.
But you have Nielsen and Nilsson.
Mhm. Reading Rules of Wolf. How are you liking it? How are you liking it so far? How far are you through? Let's just jump into the next one and then chat after this one. All right, see you in 30. Happy reading. And welcome back. I finished Habibi. I did end up giving it 5 out of 5 stars, even though I do see that there are some problems with it. And I think objectively it shouldn't get 5 out of 5 stars. But for me, the difference, like the last star, when 5 stars is the emotional star, you know, when something even isn't perfect, but it touched me or it impacted me somehow, then it gets like that special star that, and only then it can reach 5 stars. And so I think that there's some problems in here. I think that there's especially the whole like harem um, sultan kind of storyline is extremely stereotypical, and it's not even trying to not go there. So it's like very extreme. Um, I think that it can be confusing at times. And I do think that that if you're offended by nudity, or if you feel like it's not even being offended by nudity, but I think that the nudity shown in here is very specific and very narrow. It's like you see a lot of uncovered breasts every few pages. You see non-consensual sex every few pages, what it feels like. But then it doesn't show male genitalia. It shows breasts like every few pages, but it doesn't show male genitalia. And it doesn't show pubic hair at all. And so it's very selective, and I can see how that could be a problem for somebody. And yeah, I think that there's a few things that I see people finding problematic with this book. But if you just read it for, I think what it's trying to do is like immense social criticism and bringing up all types of topics of social criticisms. There's so many images in here that are touching, that are heartbreaking. And yes, there's a lot of non-consensual sex in there, but guess what? So is in the world. So yeah, and yes, there's also non-consensual sex with minors. And I think in the end, like a couple in the end is being offered a slave that is very clearly a young child. And they're pretty much told that if you she can do all the dirty work and back-breaking tasks, toilet scum, pest control, laundry stains. Yet another bonus, when you're not in the mood, she'll take care of your husband's special needs as well.
Well, there are many people like that in many places. There's something that doesn't happen as often in many places that it's just that reminded me of that. I believe that could happen also in certain extremist countries. It happens in India because friends of mine have seen it, and it's girls like 8 to 12-year-old girls chained to walls to be chosen and bought by whoever.
Yeah.
I mean, I live in a third world country. I'm putting it in between commas because I haven't seen that in here at all, or heard about something like that in here at all in Colombia. So when I hear about things like that, there's one side of me that understands perfectly that that's the human beings. Well, I don't want to call them like that, but the beings that are doing that are not representative of the culture itself at all. Like normal people are completely different and probably against those situations. But there's another part of me that goes like, gosh, why is money so important that gets done, and and people just shut up about it? Like, why not only money, because it's not only that they pay, it's that they probably get threatened that they cannot do anything.
Yeah, and we had instances in this book where there was like, hey, what happened to your daughter? And it's like, yeah, we were like, we had to sell her because we couldn't afford water, like clean water otherwise. And so I do understand that this is very disturbing for people. Like this book, I didn't expect this book to be that disturbing, but I think at the same time that it's the disturbing part is not that this is fiction. The disturbing part,
and it's not exclusive to.
Yeah,
it's not exclusive to whatever culture it's describing, and it's also criticizing extremism. It's not the standard, like, at all.
yeah, but it still does happen in the world, and that's pretty much what the author is trying to show, and the author has been trying to show very different angles of different aspects. So I do honestly, I think that this is a really, really good book, and it's very hard hitting, and made me quite emotional. But I do understand that it is not for everyone, because it is disturbing, and I think that the only problem is like the graphic. Like, why couldn't you draw male genitalia when you're so shocking in every single other aspect of your book? Why can't you draw pubic hair if you talk about rape every other page? And then like the very stereotypical handling of the whole harem oriental stuff. I do see these issues, but other than that, it's really good. And yeah, I read the first few pages of Internment and I'm already hooked.
Yay.
But I am starting to follow. We were there already. So, hi, Sebastian. Torch Against the Night. I hope you enjoy it. I love the Ember in the Ashes.
Ember in the Ashes, yeah. I haven't read it yet. I have that one on my shelf, but I cannot find the second one in the country. So again, I have to order it from abroad. So I'm waiting to read the first one when I have the second one.
Melissa finished book, yay, and really liked it too. I love that. I love that for you. Right, 20 pages in A Torch Against the Night. Well done, you. Nice, and thank you, Willow, for also mentioning what you ate, because I always want to know. Hope the burger was good. 25 pages, halfway done. Nice, Kay. You made some great progress today, Kay. And Dossa, there is some non-consenting sex as well. Okay, Dossa is an interesting dystopian world. Yeah, I need to check that out. I mean, I've never heard of it before, but both Willow, you and you, Anna, you made me be interested in that. So I do have to check that out. But I also already have ordered a book today during these live reading sprints. So my quota for ordering a book is already done. So yeah. Oh.
But I mean, it could be worth a go. Maybe you can get it. The thing is that it's thick. It's 490 pages, so it's nearly a big book. But maybe you could get it on ebook or something. Maybe it's in a script. I don't know if it's in script or not.
Oh, I'll have to check. Yeah. I mean, I do have another live reading sprint show tomorrow for the end of the month. So who knows? If nothing else comes up, I'm going to order Drossel tomorrow for that. I don't know why I'm weird like that. Nobody ever made it a rule that I can order one book per live reading show. I just made that up. So
it's a good idea, though.
I need to limit myself to one book in a live reading show, because we get so many great recommendations during these shows. I need to limit myself to one per show. So that's the real reason. All right. I am getting quite tired, so I do think that this was the last sprint. I wish I could do a couple more because I really want to get further into internment. I have a feeling this is going to be amazing as well. But I think I need to go to bed.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Because it's quite late for you.
Yeah, it is
1:30?
2:30. So yeah, and I do have to work tomorrow as well. So Willow buys a lot of books too. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Which I feel like it's okay. I feel like it's okay that I spend my money on books. I always say as long as your rent gets paid and you don't tap into money that is meant for bills and crucial stuff, you can do whatever you want. You can buy as many books as you want. So there's
Why
that.
not?
But yeah, so the only reason why not is that I need to make sure that I'm reading more books than I'm buying books. So that's the only why not. Bye, Willow. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Thanks everyone else too. I do appreciate everyone who's joining. I love my Sunday sprints. Always get a lot of reading done at the end of the weekend. And that with amazing company. I always love that so much. As I mentioned, tomorrow, same time, going to have end of the month reading sprints. So maybe I see some of you there.
I hope so.
All right. Thank you, Anna, for co-hosting, and thanks everyone for stopping by. I'll be going to bed now. Good night, everyone.